Thank you to the 5 members that made it here on time. Members, please come back to the floor. Our session reconvened 4 minutes ago. Attendance is pretty sparse. Moving to concurrence in of Senate amendments, file item 128, AB 2580 by Assemblymember Wicks. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2580 by Assemblymember Wicks and others, an act relating to historical resources.
Assemblymember Wicks, you are recognized.
Oh, we don't have stand by. Harrison.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this illustrious body who are finishing their lunch and returning to the floor. I rise today to present AB 2580, which requires local governments to list all new historic designations in their annual progress report to the Department of Housing and Community Development. Senate amendments address chaptering issues, including moving some elements of the bill into AB 3093, which passed yesterday. This bill, AB 2580, passed the Senate yesterday with 38 votes. So it's received a lot of bipartisan support. Respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Assemblymember Wicks. Assemblymember Wilson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this important bill. I rise in support of AB 2580, and I encourage all of the members of the Assembly to come to the floor and vote on this important and historic bill. With that, I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Assemblymember Wilson. Assemblymember Davies.
Mr. Speaker, I too stand an aye with this bill, and I ask that we have all members come to the floor and be respectful to all of the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Davies. Mr. Reggie Jones Sawyer.
I'm here.
God bless you for that, Mr. Jones Sawyer. Part of the on-time caucus. Mr. Flora, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to stand in support of AB 2580 and just wish all of our colleagues would come back to the floor so we could get to work.
Thank you, Mr. Flora. Mr. Santiago, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of the bill and would ask all our colleagues to come to the floor to do the people's business.
Thank you, Mr. Santiago. Ms. Pellerin.
Hello, where is everybody? And I'm ready to take up my bill next. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pellerin. Mr. McCarty, you are recognized.
Thank you. This is, I think, the most consequential measure that our esteemed Assembly member from Oakland Hills, Piedmont, the Flats, has authored. I have no idea what the bill does, but I trust her leadership on the behalf of the people of California, her 500,000 residents. So I'm going to keep stretching it out so you can get your votes here. I can read the bill if you would like. Pretty short. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. McCarty. Mr. Valencia, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to say a few words on behalf of this bill. Happy to stand in support. And I think, at least as far as I can tell, this is the bill where most members have gotten up and spoken about it on the floor since I've been a member, as a new member. So new experience, happy to see the tenacious support for this bill.
Thank you. Mr. Lackey, you are recognized.
Yeah, it's always a great pleasure to stand and support a worthy bill, but more importantly, to encourage people to do what they're elected to do, and that's come and vote. It's amazing that we're running late and we have so few people here, but I hope that you'll have your conscience impacted and you'll come here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lackey. Mr. Ta, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that this will be really important for everyone who live in California, and we're here to wait for other members to be on the floor so we can vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ta. Mr. Grayson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to stand up in support of AB 2580 and would love to do so with all my colleagues if they would show up to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Grayson. Assemblymember Rubio, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you. For those of the folks that were on the on-time caucus, we are desperately waiting for new members to join the caucus. So please get over here so we can vote.
Mr. Rodriguez, you are oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you weren't done. I'm sorry.
I was not done. I have chocolate to offer to folks if they come quickly. We have Halloween candy. Thank you.
Halloween candy in August. Gotta love that. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, I also rise in support of AB 2580. Thanks to the member who brought this bill forward, and also want to align my comments with my colleagues as well. So hopefully we can get everybody out here onto the floor to support AB 2580. Thank you very much.
Mr. Haney, you are recognized.
Well, I couldn't let AB 2580 go by without saying something about this important bill. I'm sure it has something to do with housing, considering who the author is. But I most importantly want to speak to the sushi lovers out there. If you're watching, this is a bill that, if you can please wrap up that sushi and get in here. Sometimes people ask what the whip does, and don't make me come back there. That's all I got to say. Get out here. We want to get business done, and there's nothing more important than passing this important bill, AB 2580. Come vote.
Mr. Patterson, you are recognized.
Yeah, I stand with my colleagues here as well in support of AB 2580. And for those of you who will come to the floor very quickly, I have a couple of shots of Jameson for you.
Rewind. Assemblymember Nguyen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise in support of AB 2580, also to show that I'm here on time, and was wondering if maybe we could just start calling out members that are not here.
I appreciate the comments, but I think we'll pass on that, but thank you. Assemblymember Carrillo, you are recognized.
Sí, gracias. Le quiero dar las gracias a nuestra autora Buffy Weeks por esta pieza de legislación AB 2580, la más importante a través de nuestro estado. Muchas gracias. Y espero que nuestros colegas regresen a la asamblea para que comencemos nuestro trabajo que nos eligieron para hacer. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to make an announcement that over the lunch break, the Walk Caucus met and we've added AB 2580 to the Walk Caucus priority list. So respectfully request an aye vote on this measure.
Well done. Well done. Seeing and hearing no further debate, Assemblymember Wicks, would you like to close?
I just want to thank everyone for this riveting debate on AB 2580. The widespread support and also proving to the world that we have mics, we're not afraid to use them, including calling our own colleagues out and getting them to come back to the floor. With that, respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Assemblymember Wicks. And with that, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Oh my, are we going to have to put this on call after all of this? Really? All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who, oh my goodness. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. By the bare minimum, the bill, Senate amendments are concurred in. Ms. Pellerin has the next item, 134 AB 2839. It's a 2/3 majority vote. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2839 by Assemblymember Pellerin and others, and act relating to elections and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Assemblymember Pellerin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. AB 2839 is back for concurrence, just like I'd like our Assembly member colleagues to be back on the floor to cast a vote for this measure. We've worked with the governor's office on Senate amendments that require deepfake parody material to be labeled as being digitally manipulated for those purposes and limit liability for damages for tech and media companies. Additionally, recent amendments add an urgency clause. That was a great idea. So the bill can take effect before the November 5th, 2024 general election. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Assemblymember Pellerin. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. This is a 54-vote bill, members. Yes, thank you. 54 votes, members. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Assemblymember Pellerin moves the call. Going back in file order to AB 2807, which is item 133 by Assemblymember Villapudua. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2807 by Assemblymember Villapudua, an act relating to vehicles.
Mr. Villapudua, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. AB 2807 is back on concurrence. This bill will improve public safety by further defining sideshows, related activities. This is a bipartisan bill. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Villapudua. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes, ayes 44, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Moving to file item 135, AB 3064, by Mr. Mainshine. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 3064 by Assemblymember Mainshine, act relating to firearms.
Mr. Mainshine, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AB 3064 is back on concurrence. I respectfully request an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mainshine. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 12. Senate amendments are concurred in. Moving to file item 136, AB 3123 by Assemblymember Jones Sawyer. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 3123 by Assemblymember Jones Sawyer, an act relating to transportation.
Mr. Jones Sawyer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. AB 3123 is back in the Assembly for concurrence. This bill aligns the LA Metro Board with most recent ethics standards California has set in place in the Levine Act. Senate amendments strengthen conflict of interest protections by prohibiting MTA board members or employees from accepting compensation from an MTA contractor within 12 months after being involved in a relevant MTA procurement decision, and make other clarifying changes. Members, I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Jones Sawyer. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 11. Senate amendments are concurred in. Moving to file item 137, AB 3160 by Assemblymember Gabriel. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 3160 by Assemblymember Gabriel and others, an act relating to taxation, take effect immediately, tax levy.
Assemblymember Gabriel, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. AB 3160 is back on concurrence. This bill would preserve our low-income housing tax credits. Amendments taken in the Senate are technical in nature and deal with chaptering out issues. This bill has received bipartisan support and has no known opposition. Respectfully request your concurrence vote on AB 3160.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel. Seeing and hearing no further debate, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 50, noes 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Moving to file item 117, AB 2088 by Mr. McCarty. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2088 by Assemblymember McCarty, an act relating to classified employees.
Mr. McCarty, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our measure back on concurrence, ensuring that classified part-time employees have a better than even shot of applying for and receiving employment in the local school district for additional employment. Respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarty. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Mr. McCarty moves the call. We're going to entertain a vote change, and then we will go to another item.
Arambula, SB 1451, aye to no, not voting.
Vote change. Assemblymember Rambula, AB 1451, aye. Correction. SB 1451, aye to not voting.
We're going to move back to concurrence in the Senate amendments. Item 129, AB 2666 by Assemblymember Berner. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2666 by Assemblymember Berner and act relating to public utilities.
Assemblymember Berner, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members. AB 2666 is back on concurrence. Senate amendments align the bill more closely with the general rate case process, which moved the IOUs to a neutral position. With that, I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Assemblymember Berner. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will wait. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 43, noes 2. Senate amendments are concurred in. We can entertain additional vote changes if you wish, but you'll need to come up here to do it.
Yeah, person AB 2839 from aye to no.
Vote change. Assemblymember Jim Patterson, Assembly Bill 2839, aye to no.
Davies vote change, AB 460, no to aye.
Vote change. Assemblymember Davies, Assembly Bill 460, no to aye.
Rodriguez vote change, AB 2136 from aye to not voting.
Vote change. Assemblymember Rodriguez, Assembly Bill 2136, aye to not voting.
Members, we will now recognize Assemblymember Santiago as a continuation of our departing member ceremony. Assemblymember Wicks, you are recognized for delivering marks in tribute to Assemblymember Santiago.
Ooh, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, Mr. Santiago, I think we know him as many things. Public servant, skilled legislator, and I'll talk more about what I think is his defining legacy in that regard in a second. Devoted dad. Anyone who has spent time with Miguel and his family knows how much his children are his everything, like so many of us. Wonderful husband, and a former staffer, which I think many other people in the building, I think, can appreciate. When you have a former staffer working in the building, things are easier. Members are kinder. They understand the long game, the relationship dynamics, all of those things that I think are really important. But one thing Miguel Santiago is not is a good seatmate. Now, I know this is a tribute, but it might also be a little bit of a roast, so Miguel and I shared a seat over where Mr. Ward and Ms. Reyes are sitting now for 2 years. And for the general public and those of you that don't know, we are allowed to have our colleagues vote for us. If we have to step outside on the portico and take a phone call, we have to run to the restroom, we're gonna go grab some water. And we say, oh, I'm up on this, please vote for me. Miguel Santiago is so concerned about even an impropriety of any amount of misvoting that he will not do this. And it can be something as simple as, it's a Women's History Month resolution. Miguel, I have to run to the restroom, can you vote for me? The most non-controversial thing that, of course, I am going to be voting for. And I'm on my own. But having said that, there are many great things that we know and love Mr. Santiago for. And I will say, I think one of the most important contributions that he has given, not just to this body, but to the state of California, and really to working class people. And Miguel is all about the outcome. Many of us do lots of bills, lots of press release, lots of tweets, but Mr. Santiago is about the outcome. And one of the most important things that I think he has achieved is his steadfast mission and desire to make sure that every family, regardless of income, has access to quality higher education. and particularly the work that he has done in our community college system, and his vision for a broader system where CSU and UC and community colleges across the board shall be free to everyone who wants that opportunity. And I think this is particularly important. For me, you know, I think many of you know, I grew up in a trailer. I don't come from a lot. I had very working class roots. You know, my mom, when I was little, she was a stay-at-home mom, and she decided to go to community college when I was in school. And I watched her go to community college and go to Sac State and get a degree, the first person in her family. My brother and I also went to community college. And for us, that was a really important rung on the ladder up to a middle-class life. And I think of the work of what Miguel has done and the impact that will have for the 8-year-old Buffy Wickses of the world out there, right? Who don't come from a lot, who don't have access to resources. And the fact that directly because of the work that he has done in this legislature, those young people will have the ability to go to community college for free. And so when we think about the work that we do here in this body, you know, now I'm sort of legislatively middle-aged, right? I've been here 6 years. I'm starting to understand a lot of this. And I'm starting to think about what are the things that we want to be known for? How are we going to have spent our time here? And particularly for someone like Mr. Santiago, who in the time he has been here has been raising young children. And as a mom who makes the same sacrifice all the time to be up here, he is here literally away from his family. He is away from his children during the week, 7 months out of the year. In those situations, and for someone like him, he's got to ask himself, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Because the sacrifice is so great. And I think we can honestly say when we look at what he has achieved in this state and what that means for so many working class families around this state for generations to come, my hope and I believe is that he knows that his work has been worth it. That his work will have a demonstrated positive impact, and that he was able to notch another rung on that ladder and put another rung on that ladder so that so many working class families can achieve for a better life. And that is a direct result because of the work of what Mr. Santiago has done. So thank you, Miguel, for everything you have done. Thank you to your family for the great sacrifice of allowing him to be here, because the parents here know how hard that is, and that is real. But I will say it has been worth it. So thank you.
Mr. Zabur, you are recognized for remarks in tribute to Assemblymember Santiago.
So I had the great honor and privilege of meeting Miguel when I was at Equality California, and I didn't know him very well. I knew Mark Gonzalez, who was his district director, and had heard all these wonderful things about Miguel. And you know, you can always tell a little bit about an elected official by really how their staff talks about them. And of course, Mark and Miguel's entire staff just idolized him, understood sort of just how committed he is to public service, how committed he is to lifting up working families, how committed he is to social justice, all of those things. So I'd heard a lot about Miguel, but I didn't know him very well. And it was really a great privilege occurred when Dolores Huerta asked me while I was at Equality California to really engage with the Latino caucus and work hard on whipping votes for ACA 5, which later became Prop 16. And Miguel was sort of the floor whip. And during a period of time of almost, I think, 2 or 3 weeks, Miguel and I talked on the phone almost every day about where the votes were. And he was giving me assignments for legislators that we had strong relationships at Equality California that were sort of on the fence on this. And so it was something that, it was a great honor for me, really, I think, to demonstrate that Equality California had a mission that was as broad as it was. But it was also a great honor to sort of see the commitment that Miguel had in getting that over the line. And he was a big part of what happened with ACA 5 that year, which, would have, had it passed, legalized affirmative action in California. And, and it was just a heavy lift that cycle. After that, also had the privilege of, and it just shows you that Miguel's, when you talk about social justice, his vision is wide and broad. And even though I think, there's LGBTQ people in every district, as we know, we're everywhere. But Miguel decided to take up the very, very hard challenge of creating the first in the nation transgender wellness and equity fund. And it's the first time we actually had someone who took on working with the diverse views in the transgender community across the entire state of California. And I got to tell you, those are the folks in that, the leadership of that are committed advocates with very different views, a lot of different needs. And the work of doing that, I can tell you, was like having 10 bills that cycle. And Miguel did that and really accomplished a lot in, and what did that mean? It meant that transgender people who are at the low end of every single measure of health and well-being, high rates of violence in their communities, high rates of homelessness, low rates of health insurance coverage, high rates of smoking, high rates of every single measure, transgender people are at the bottom of those lists. And for the first time, California put together a fund that really focused on the needs of the transgender community. And it was Miguel who led that effort. And I think it took several years. And he was responsible for not only leading the nation, but improving the lives of people in our community that have been neglected for years and years and years. On top of that, we all know about what he's done to secure free community college, opening the doors of college education to millions of Californians. He led on the environmental front, led the heroic effort to clean up the toxic contamination in immigrant and working class communities from the Exide Technologies cleanup. And of course, I think he's just known in the community as one of the strongest members of our body in standing up for the rights and the working conditions of working Californians in the state of California. And I have looked to Miguel as a mentor here, as someone who's helped me really navigate this process, in a way that I think, that I really, really, really valued. And so anyone that knows Miguel, he is just a wonderful, warm friend. I mean, the kind, you can sort of see the heart that he has in his kids and his wife, and the way he is so devoted to his beautiful family. But he extends that, and he's made all of us part of his family as well. Just a decent, kind, good man. I can't wait to see what the next chapter is going to be in your life. And on behalf of all of us, I just want to thank you for your sacrifice to the state of California, your contributions here in this body, and for being a friend to so many of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zabur. Mr. Santiago, you are recognized.
Thank you. You kind of think you're prepared, but then you realize when you lift up this mic that you're really not prepared. I first want to thank Ms. Wicks. I'm taking a point of personal privilege to say names. It means a lot to me that you said that. It does. And I know the many stories that we've shared, and even though I wasn't the best seatmate, you're right. Or that I was never at my desk. Or my dirty little secret that I actually like flavored soda that I can't tell my wife because I told her that that was nonsense to drink, and now I drink it here, so I'm confessing. But I couldn't tell her that at home because I made such a big deal about that's not being real water, and I drink it here. So, no, yeah, there it goes. My and Mrs. Zabor, who I've known for a long time. Actually, just a little bit before I got elected, and I was green, and some might still call me green. But I remember all our conversations about the challenges in the LGBTQ plus community and environmental justice issues. And I'll never forget the kind of heart and compassion you drive everything towards. And for everybody else I've served with here, current and past, I love you guys and gals. I mean, that's the bottom line. I do. I mean, when I walk in here and I see everybody, it's like my heart fills up with joy. And, you know, there's this feeling of love that, wow, I can't believe I'm here. I really can't. You know, I was listening to my colleague from Sacramento's story the other day. I thought to myself, wow, to think that a guy that was a couple of blocks away from the Capitol never visited the Capitol. And made me kind of reflect on my life. I mean, I kind of pinch myself sometimes when you walk in the building, because kids from neighborhoods that I grew up in couldn't be here statistically. We didn't talk about college, not because we didn't want to, but because it just wasn't something that happened. You know, my parents came here from Mexico. Not a very emotional guy, but today I am. And you know, when I look at my kid, he's 11 years old, and my dad came here just a few years after that to send money home so people can eat. That's why they came here, so his family can eat. Years later, he came and they had me. So I take great offense when people's, take shot at anchor babies and, hey, how's this one for you? So it's personal for me. It is. And then later on, came back, and had my brother. And so for me to be here, when, my parents weren't documented, so I take great offense to the language is used here sometimes, but at the same time, great joy and proud that there are people here who are willing to stand up for people like my family, who came here and didn't have anything but a backpack. And I watch my mom get up every morning, and when she can find a job, she cleaned homes. And my dad was a janitor. Should be no surprise why I vote on the things that I vote on and why I fight for the things that I fight here. And when there wasn't work, you'd go to the corner and find work. See some of you guys nodding because you had the same experiences. But those struggles are real. And so for me, sometimes when I thought, shoot, the ability to, a building like this? And then I wasn't the best student in high school, that's for sure. But then made it to community college. And I'll tell you, it saved my life or turned it around. That's why I feel so passionate about it. I mean, the opportunity gave me an opportunity. I ended up at UCLA, had not been for a community college. And quite frankly, I always tell everybody this, if it had not been for a community college, I don't know where I'd be today. I really don't. And I hate to think about where I might have been. And a teacher took a shot at me. As a community college instructor, took a shot at me. And brought me in to get tutoring, brought me in to get counseling, brought me in to take the right sort of classes. As a community college teachers, for anybody who's a teacher, bless your soul. The impact you have on students is far beyond what you'll ever understand or know, or even hear back from. And that got me into UCLA. And I take a little bit of a little time on my story, but it's like sometimes you share with people, sometimes you don't. And I never thought I'd be in the legislature, to be honest with you. But when 187 came up and Prop 209, I knew that the people who were making those laws didn't understand, couldn't understand, or didn't care. I took that very personal. And I decided that one day I would change those laws. And I'd come up here and fight with everything that I got. I didn't know it'd be the legislature. I thought it'd be, I thought it'd be something else. And then I ended up here. So for me, it's a blessing to just, walk into here every single day and think about what my life could have been like had it not been for a community college and a teacher. Every single day, I say my blessings. Thank God. I can't believe that, I got lucky. I got lucky. I did. But I do want to thank everybody here. I didn't think I'd get emotional, but I did. Because I know the struggles that everybody here goes through. I know the different challenges that everybody has, and people who fly up here, work here. I know that it's not easy when you're getting pushed on every single advocacy side. And I just want to say I love you all, because I understand. And just keep going for it. Man. Keep fighting like hell for the things you believe in. I can always respect that, whether you agree with me or not, or whether you agree with your colleagues or not. It's what this business is all about. And I want to thank my team. There's a little bit list. I was looking for it, but we've had a couple people come in and out of the Capitol, a couple of people in the district office. First, want to thank my chief of staff, Jaspreet Joel, who's been with me for 10 years. Been an incredible partner up here. Brad, Clarissa, Priyanka, Aaron, Kala, Sabrina, Marilyn, Stephanie, Tom, Jackie, Deborah, Katie, Luis, Edmund, Emilio, Brandon, Eric, and Carla. Yeah, I two different committees. So that's a lot of committee staff too. Everybody's thinking, oh no. My district staff, my district director, Mark Gonzalez, who's worked for me one way or another since 2006 or 2007. There's a debate on that, but I think he's wrong. Susanna, Alec, Eric, Crystal, Wendy, Nina, and Vicky on my district team. And I also just want to thank my family, really, the most importantly. My beautiful wife, I love you. And thank you for supporting me. Thank you, even when it got hard. Brielle, my daughter, who you guys would remember in my second term, was this small and would go everywhere with me. She didn't have a choice. She just came with me no matter what. And my big boy, Ethan, I call him Ethan Mania at home. He's a kind of a force. And I just want to tell you guys I love you. And thank you, everybody, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words, because, not too long from now, I won't be speaking in the chamber anymore. To just my family, I love you guys in a way that you couldn't imagine, in a way that you couldn't understand, and I'll be forever indebted and grateful that you gave me the opportunity to serve. I love you. My parents were listening somewhere. Hi, Mom. Hi, Pa. ¿Cómo están? And my in-law, who's in the back, who I really could never done this without. Yeah, that's exactly who I was saying right now. My mother, what about Coco? My mother-in-law, who her name's Coco, who I tell everybody I couldn't do without her. She picks up the kids, drives the kids, does this all. My God, I could not do what I'm doing. All right, I'm going long with it, but here's what I want to say. Thank you very much for allowing me to do this, and Madam Majority Leader, Mr. Wood, for allowing me to do this today, and Mr. Speaker's not here, and everybody else who's, Mr. Speaker, I didn't know if I started that or not, who's not here today. And I love you guys. I'm gonna miss this place, but I'll still be involved. What the heck? It's not a goodbye. It's more of a I'll see you later, right? The wacho, you guys know, like you could take the boy out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the boy. That's not gonna go. And look, keep fighting for the things that you believe in with everything you've got. There's some good stuff we can do. And I'll just leave you. Hey, when we fight, we win.
Thank you, Mr. Santiago. We love you too. Madam Majority Leader, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to suspend Joint Rule 62A, the file notice requirement to allow the following committee to meet. To allow the Local Government Committee to hear AB 892 Baines, AB 2922 Garcia, and AB 3259 Wilson today, August 30th, upon call of the chair in room 444.
Without objection, such shall be the order. We're now going to lift the call on file item 134. Clerk will post. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. This is a 54 vote bill, members. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 54. On the noes 8 on the urgency. Ayes 54, noes 8 on concurrency and of Senate amendments. Members, we're going to be moving back in file to file item number 12, AB 1122 by Dr. Baines. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1122 by Assemblymember Baines and others, an act relating to vessels.
Dr. Baines, you are recognized.
Thank you, Speaker and members. AB 1122 ensures that safety concerns raised by the U.S. Coast Guard, as well as economic concerns raised by our labor unions, do not continue to be ignored by the California Air Resources Board. This bill is narrowly tailored to both attain air quality improvements as well as protect the health and welfare of our maritime workforce. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Dr. Baines. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes, ayes 55, noes 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Moving to file item 63, Senate third reading, SB 552, Senator Newman by Dr. Baines. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 552 by Senator Newman and others, naturally relating to public safety.
Dr. Baines, you are recognized.
Thank you, Speaker and members. SB 552 by Senator Newman provides technical cleanup to the 2017 revision of the California Swimming Pool Safety Act, which Senator Newman also carried. The act expanded and enhanced pool safety by increasing the number of required safety features and requiring disclosure of those features to new home buyers. Unfortunately, the original bill has frequently been misinterpreted and inadvertently allows safety devices to be installed or combined in ways that do not create the overlapping fail-safe provisions the measure sought to ensure. SB 552 addresses these issues by clarifying legislative intent and closing the two-step safety device loophole. Thank you, and I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Dr. Baines. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes, ayes 56, no 0. Measure passes. Moving to file item 74, SB 819, Senator Eggman by Mr. Flora. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 819 by Senator Eggman and act relating to Medi-Cal.
Mr. Flora, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proud to present SB 819 for Senator Eggman and respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Flora. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes, ayes 51, noes 0. Measure passes. Going to move back to file item number 40, SB 11. No, we're not going to do that yet. Let's hold off on that. Moving to file item 27, SB 1103, Senator Menjivar by Assemblymember Lee. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1103 by Senator Menjivar and act relating to tenancy.
Assemblymember Lee, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I rise to present SB 1103 on behalf of my colleague, Senator Caroline Menjivar. Across California, small community-serving businesses and nonprofits are being displaced and going out of business at an alarming rate. Inaccessible commercial leasing is a major culprit in this wave of small business displacement. Unclear and unfair lease terms, as well as exorbitant added fees, make it extremely difficult to find and stay in a commercial space. This bill is intended to remove some of those obstacles. The author has worked extensively with stakeholders, taking many amendments so that the bill now focuses on only the smallest and most vulnerable commercial tenants by defining qualified commercial tenant as a tenant of commercial real property that is a micro enterprise, 5 or less employees, and lacks sufficient access to loans, equity, or other financial capital. A restaurant with fewer than 10 employees, or a nonprofit organization with fewer than 20 employees. It requires the tenant to annually notify the landlord that they are a qualified commercial tenant under the law through self-attestation, requires landlords to translate a qualified commercial tenant's lease contract if negotiated in Spanish, Chinese, Tagalog, Vietnamese, or Korean, puts common sense parameters on how building operating costs are to be charged, prohibits the landlord from collecting any building operating costs from a qualified commercial tenant until supporting documentation or reasonable estimate is provided. This bill does not limit commercial rents or impose any form of commercial rent control, nor does it impose any change or of requirements other than contracts or financial documents. It only affects a very small subset of commercial leases. This bill will protect small community-serving businesses and nonprofits by establishing reasonable and common-sense commercial leasing protections, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Mr. Lee moves the call. Moving to file item 40, SB 1120, Senator Becker by Assemblymember Reyes. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1120 by Senator Becker and others, an act relating to healthcare coverage.
Assemblymember Reyes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today to present SB 1120, the Physicians Make Decisions Act. This bill mandates physician oversight when automated decision tools are used to determine healthcare providers' requests for medical services. In recent years, health insurance plans have increasingly relied on these automated tools to process claims and prior authorization requests. Given the multiple class action lawsuits recently filed against major health plans for failing to approve necessary care, we have significant reason to be concerned about the accuracy and fairness of these tools.
Members,
SB 1120 addresses these concerns by requiring greater physician oversight, ensuring that patients' rights are protected and their health care needs are met fairly and accurately. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Assemblymember Reyes. Seeing and hearing no further debate, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes, ayes 60, no, 0. Senate amendment, oh, sorry, measure passes. Mr. McCarty moves to lift the call on file item 117. The clerk will post. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 46, noes 13. Senate amendments are concurred in. Moving to file item 127, AB 2484 by Assemblymember Bryan. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 2484 by Assemblymember Bryan, act relating to courts.
Mr. Bryan, you are recognized.
Thank you, colleagues. AB 2484 is back on concurrence. This is an incredible bill for foster youth. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 66, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Members, we are moving to file item 72, SB 572. Senator Smallwood Cuevas by never mind. We can entertain vote changes up here. Anybody?
Reyes vote change on AB 96, change from aye to not voting.
Vote change, Assemblymember Reyes, Assembly Bill 96, aye to not voting.
Irwin, vote change, AB 1886, aye to not voting.
Vote change, Assemblymember Irwin, Assembly Bill 1886, aye to not voting.
AB 1122, aye to not voting. Greg Hart.
Vote change, Assemblymember Hart, Assembly Bill 1122, aye to not voting.
Reyes vote change, AB 1296, from aye to not voting.
Vote change, Assemblymember Reyes, Assembly Bill 1296, aye to not voting.
Be in a brief recess on call. We are back in session from our short recess. I'm going to lift the call on item 27. The clerk will post. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 He doesn't have his key. Close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 42, no 16. Measure passes. Members, we will take a brief recess under call for the local government committee to meet. Members will not be able to leave the floor area except to attend the local government committee hearing, which will be held now in room 444. The House stands in brief recess under call for the local government committee hearing in room 444. Members, if you can make your way back to the floor, we're going to reconvene in just a couple of minutes. So members, please make your way back to the floor. Members, we are moving to supplemental file 2, concurrence in of Senate amendments. We're going to need some authors to be at their desk. We're going to pass temporarily on file item 201, move to file item 202, AB 1038 by Assemblymember Mike Fong. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1038 by Assemblymember Mike Fong and others, an act relating to surplus residential property and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Mr. Fong, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Assembly Bill 1038 is a district bill. In 2018, a decision was made to abandon the completion of the 710 freeway in the LA area. As a result, all the homes purchased by Caltrans to make way for the freeway became surplus property. Under current law, separate processes are established for the disposal of the properties. Assembly Bill 1038 revises the process for the city of South Pasadena by consolidating how they dispose of historic and non-historic homes into one process. With the proceeds from the sale of the properties, the city will develop or acquire affordable housing for very low and moderate income households at a ratio of 3 units for every unit acquired from Caltrans. Without this bill, the properties will go to auction and we'll lose the opportunity to increase our affordable housing stock. The language in this bill has been vetted by Caltrans, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and the Governor's Office. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on concurrence.
Thank you, Assemblymember Fong. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. This is a 54-vote bill, members. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 57, no 0 on the urgency. Ayes 57, no 0 on concurrence in of Senate amendments. Members, pursuant to Assembly Rule 77.2, I am referring item 207, AB 2496, to the Human Services Committee. We are now moving to item 203, AB 1239, by Assemblymember Calderon. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1239 by Assemblymember Calderon, an act relating to workers' compensation.
Assemblymember Calderon, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. AB 1239 is back for concurrence. Senate amendments extend the sunset date on an existing program that allows injured workers to collect workers' compensation payments via a prepaid debit card. Thank you, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Assemblymember Calderon. Seeing and hearing no further debate, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 59, noes 0. Members, I would note we have a couple former Assembly members here today. I saw Assemblymember Christina Garcia. There she is over here. Welcome, Assemblymember. And former Assemblymember Ken Cooley is here as well. Mr. Cooley, my former seatmate. Members, I'm going to go back to our concurrence file here in just a second. Yes. Madam Majority Leader?
Good afternoon, members. I stand before all of you to recognize my good friend, Brian Ebert, an individual who I have had the pleasure of working with and very closely for the past 2 years. Brian's expertise, your knowledge, and wisdom has been invaluable and will be a part of the DNA of this place forever. He has shaped, he's molded, and refined this institution for the last 3 decades and maybe a little bit longer. And while I know Brian likes to joke that he possesses a wealth of useless information, I truly object. His deep knowledge and understanding of this legislative body has made it better, and it has made it stronger. And it will not be the same without him. Since 2017, Brian has provided expert parliamentary advice to the Speaker and the majority leadership, and in collaboration with our Republican colleagues and staff as well. And while also regularly providing briefings on floor actions, pending legislation, and the legislative process. Literally, everything that happens on this floor, including floor actions, floor ceremonies, and joint conventions, they're all spearheaded by our good friend Brian. Always personable and friendly, and maybe sometimes a little snarky. Brian is eager to answer questions and provide direction to curious staffers and members about legislative procedures. For this reason, he is one of the most valued leaders and mentors in the Assembly. You know, many of you may not realize this, but during COVID-19, the Capitol building was often empty, except for Brian, who remained at the office and continued to work in person. He developed protocols and procedures for the Assembly to function during that extraordinary time. Brian's leadership and commitment to this body goes far, far beyond these chambers and far beyond the city of Sacramento. He has traveled across the United States as a guest lecturer for numerous organizations. He has been the keynote speaker at several prestigious gatherings. He sat on countless panel discussions and participated in dozens of professional development seminars nationwide. When Brian isn't busy giving lectures around the country or mentoring younger generations of staffers and elected officials, he is a committed husband to his wife, Irene Villaruz, also a long-serving Assembly staffer, and the father of his 2 beautiful daughters, Ava and Melania. You know, recently I had the opportunity to go over to the League of Cities, and Brian spoke before I did at the conference tables, and everybody came up to me. They said, "Who is Brian? Why don't we know who he is? We didn't know the job." And I was so proud to know he was part of us. He was part of our family here, and he's done such a great job that you're training so many people outside of this building. Members, please join me in congratulating Brian for his service to our state. We are better for it, and California is a better place as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I know there were others who want to speak here. We might be here a little while, so Assemblymember Barr-Kahan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to re-refer this retirement to the Committee on Aging and Long-Term Care. I have a second, Mr. Speaker.
Brian, what do I do? Point of order. That is well taken. I think I agree with you.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Speaker.
Ms. Barr-Kahan.
So I wanted to rise because I first met Brian on the campaign trail. He came out with his beautiful family to knock doors for me. And in the madness, I didn't get to know him that well. And then in the shock of all shocks, I won. And in an even bigger shock, Speaker Rendon called me. And he said, I'm going to appoint you to be the Assistant Speaker Pro Tem. And I said, Mr. Speaker, I've never seen an assembly session before. I'm not sure I'm your girl. And he's like, no, you got this. You got this. You're an attorney. You can do this. But I had never seen the proceedings happen. And so I got here. I was expected to preside over this incredible body. And there were 3 people who taught me how to do it. For those of us that have had this privilege, you know, they lock you in this room. They lock everyone out. Nobody's allowed in. The majority leader, Dodson Wilson at the time, and Brian sat here and harassed me as I stood up there and taught me everything I know about procedure. And I can't thank you enough, Brian, because it is scary when you start up there. And I did it for 3 years. And you are the secret behind what happens on this floor. And most people don't realize how the fact that this floor runs the way it does and as smoothly as it does is because of you and the work you have done. And I don't know what we're going to do without you. And I know you're laughing because I don't know how many times I just didn't listen to Brian. There's a bat phone up there where they text you, and then I wouldn't do what he said in the text, and then he would start doing this in the back of the chamber, and I'd be like, because there's not actually much that they can do back there when you've got the mic and the gavel. But you know, his dedication to make sure this body runs smoothly is so real. And most people don't understand the magic at that desk and how much is happening to move our bills, to do the people's work, to make sure that we conduct this body and our business in a way that makes the people of California proud. And I came into this body in 2018 when our country could not have been more divided. And I presided from 2018 to 2021. And we believed as a team that it was our job to show the American people that democracy still worked, that we could still have debate in a respectful manner, that bills would move, that we would, show the world that Republicans could disagree with us, and we could do that in a respectful manner. And Brian was a key part of that, making sure things continued to move, that we followed the rules, always in partnership with the team. And so I just want to thank you, because I think that in my 6 years here, I have been proud of us as a body and the example we have set and the bills we have moved. And I actually believe none of those laws would have come to pass if it weren't for you, Brian. So thank you, because you truly make this place function. And I know we have so much staff that's ready to take over, but I also know what an incredible job you have done. So I want to thank you for the gift you gave me of knowing the rules. You should all learn them. They're actually very powerful. And of just making this place something that California can look to as a model of how democracy should work. We will miss you very much.
Thank you, Assemblymember Barr-Kahan. Assemblymember Waldron, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I had to get up and say a few words just from the heart. It's been such an honor and privilege to work with you through the years. As was said before, I have a great love for the rules of the House, and there's no better role model than Brian Ebert when it comes to knowing the rules, following the rules, and being able to get things done on the floor. I was 4 years as floor leader for the Republican caucus, and then about a little over 3 years as leader. And through those years, Brian has always been a steadfast fixture, basically, in this institution. And a lot of people may not know he has a great love for this institution. He has knowledge the history of it. I used to sit with Dotson Wilson a lot, and we would go through some of the history that happened on this floor, which is amazing. And Brian he knows all about that as well. Back when I was elected in 2012, things didn't operate quite as smoothly as they do now. Through the years, Ryan Spencer was a great role model as well. And then Brian took over when he left. I was so fortunate to be able to have worked with a man of this caliber. What people don't realize who haven't been in the leadership roles that we are when we're running the floor, there's an enormous amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. We don't see, here, but it's long nights. There were many times when I could message Brian and it'd be 1 a.m. and I'd apologize and he'd say, "No worries, we're working. We're not going to be sleeping tonight." And especially at this time of year. So back then the consent calendar was very contentious. We don't have those problems anymore. What we see now is such an improvement on what the floor operations were years ago when there were lots of fights and debates on the floor. Now we're able to still say what we need to say. We work together. There's a lot of trust that's built between our floor teams that has made it run so smoothly. And it wouldn't have happened without Brian and the work that he's done here. So you will be greatly missed. I know you're going on to bigger and better. And I wish you all the best. And thank you so much for the honor.
Thank you, Assemblymember Waldron. Assemblymember Flora, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise and just want to say thanks, Brian. When our former leader put me into this position, there's a lot that goes on, and there's a lot that you and your staff do for us on the Republican side that a lot of people don't know. There's a lot of information that you don't always have to give us, but you do. It's because your heart for the institution, it's your heart for democracy, it's your heart for the state. And I really have always truly appreciated that about you. Coming from a public safety background, you're like the old fire chief. When everything else is just burning around us, everything's going crazy, you're the guy that's calm in the back and just has that steady hand because you knew what was going on and you had it handled when none of us else had a clue. And so we're really going to miss that. And there's also a tremendous sacrifice. I mean, when our former leader talked about calling you or texting you late at night, that comes with a sacrifice. You didn't become the expert that you are on parliamentary procedure in this body without a sacrifice from your family. The time away from your family that it took to become the expert and the service that you gave the state, there's a tremendous sacrifice. So to your family, thank you for lending Brian for these number of years. It's been an absolute privilege serving with your father and your husband, and we are going to miss him. And I look behind us, there's a staff kind of tearing up, but there's a lot of people that are going to miss you. And I just want to say thank you. We really do appreciate you and look forward to what you have planned next. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Flora. Mr. Bryan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. It's always awkward to sit at this desk with Brian right behind me. But Brian, I hope you're taking in all these applause because they're hard earned and due. I haven't known Brian a crazy amount of time, but when I first got sworn in, I sat over there where Mr. Alvarez sits. And every time somebody yelled Brian, both he and I would respond. And that was kind of the start of our relationship. And I fell in love with the work that he was doing. I was paying close attention to things that happened on the floor. There was a parliamentary procedure that happened to a former colleague of ours who's now in Congress that I didn't know was possible. And our former Madam Majority Leader probably remembers this day and this move. And I asked Brian about it, and we started to develop a kinship around the rules. And then I got to know Brian as a person because I'm likable and I like people, but the things that make me really close to somebody are those of us who don't look like the things that we've been through, right? Because when we show up in our suits, you don't really know where everybody came from. So I want to share a little bit about where Brian comes from and maybe why it was so easy for us to find kinship. Brian wasn't born in this institution. I know that's hard to believe. He wasn't born anywhere near this kind of social capital or power or privilege. Brian came from humble beginnings and hard work. His mother, a waitress, Brian remembers that hard work, her sacrifice, her struggle, counting her tips at night, trying to make ends meet, make sure they had food on the table. When he was 8, he went to go live with his father, a union worker. He learned about organized labor. He learned about strikes. He learned about sacrificing to make sure that others got the kind of dignity and pay and respect that they deserved. In fact, most of his childhood, he spent a lot of his time thinking, how do I escape this poverty? And how do I do something that doesn't cost money? And at a young age, he came up with the idea of helping people. I think some of us had similar thoughts when we were kids. Now, what he did that none of us did, or many of us didn't do, is he started the Junior Statesmen of America at his high school. He was headed right down this parliamentary path. He started selling newspapers, his first job, where you only got paid per subscription. They literally would throw you in a van with no windows, drop you off in a neighborhood in Oakland, I believe, back then, and he'd go sling those newspapers. He wasn't afraid of hard work. You've seen him at the desk, you've seen him back here, but I bet you didn't know Brian was a bus driver. And true to form, Brian taught the other bus drivers how to be good bus drivers. He was a bus driver leader at UC Davis. And while he was at UC Davis, he found a professor. And he wanted to get a job somewhere here in the Capitol. And a call was put in to the chief clerk at the time. And that chief clerk didn't have an internship for Brian, but wanted to create one, and created one for Brian, but also told him, I can't hire you until you're a senior 2 years later. He came in on April Fools, the April Fools caucus of 1991, under Speaker Willie Brown. And it was under Speaker Brown where he really learned the tricks of the trade. I think there's a story you should ask him about the time he stole the budget from the governor, because he knew that if he got it off of his desk, it would buy us more time. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I promise you Brian does. There's rules about engrossing or something like that. Not only did he come in that internship that was created for him, it has stayed alive all the way through that time. In fact, Dotson put him in charge of that very same internship. And when he used to go and recruit people to come to the desk to work, he wasn't looking for the children who were born of this institution, born of power, status, and privilege. He went across college campuses looking for kids who had worked at ice cream shops, who had done the hard jobs that they needed, that showed that dedication, camp counselors, diversity caucuses, people who hadn't had access to this kind of building. Brian wanted to bring them in and train them. There are many, many people in this institution, many, many people walking around Sacramento who would not be here if not for Brian Ebert intentionally creating the kind of diversity and inclusion that makes this entire state proud. Brian, it was my honor to serve with you on the floor last session and to learn from you and to spend the late nights asking questions about how we are doing things and how we could potentially do them more creatively. I hope you don't really go anywhere, because I don't know that this floor knows how to survive without you. The kind of legacy that you've built, the kind of investment that you've made in all of us and in this institution, you've made California incredibly, incredibly proud. And so that little boy who was escaping the struggle, I hope that you recognize just what you've done to uplift millions across our state with your work and dedication. Thank you for serving us.
Mr. Martucci, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I wanted to stand not only to join all of my colleagues in thanking Brian, but to stand for his better half, Irene Villaruz. I had the privilege and the pleasure of working with Irene when I first arrived here in 2012. And so I must have first met Brian either in 2012 or 2013. But yeah, I just wanted to echo the common themes that you're hearing. Thank you for your consummate professionalism day in, day out. Your calm leadership, and especially in the storms on this floor over the years. But I wanted to take this opportunity to Eva and Melania. You should be so proud of your father for being such an important part of the history and this institution of the state legislature. So thank you very much for Brian for all that you've done for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Narcici. Assemblymember Reyes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Long ago in this assembly, and we think of it as a distant memory, a young Brian Ebert came here and started his public service. And my colleague has talked about the fact that that first day in the California State Assembly was April 1st, 1991. I have to say that was the year my chief of staff was born. You could tell who helps us write our talking points when, as I'm writing these, he said, "My goodness, that was the day I was born. That was the year I was born." I said, "Matt, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's about Brian." You're right. This was the April Fool's caucus, and three of you came in together, and I know that you've remained longtime friends. So, a lot has changed since Brian started here, since he started his career. When Brian started working here in the assembly, Capitol hallways were always regularly filled with cigarette smoke. And the chamber here, cigar smoke. I can't even imagine it. The halls were also filled with clackety-clack sounds of those typewriters, everybody typing, trying to get their stuff out. And what was the equipment of choice? IBM Selectric. I know, you young'uns know nothing about that. But for those of us who have had to type up stuff, that's, at least you could erase some of the stuff, right? Brian has attended marathon floor sessions. And some of these, he and his colleagues would sometimes sleep under their desks when there was some break, that we going into 2-day periods. We haven't had to live through that. Brian did. And during that time, family didn't get to see him because none of, I was gonna say none of us, but we weren't part of it, but none of the members, none of the staff could leave. They had to be here until the presiding officer gavelled down. Now, if you look at footage from the floor sessions going back to the 1990s, you'll see that members' desks, and for some of us, when we first started, I mean, inundated with all this paperwork. There were mock-ups, analyses, supplemental files, and bills. And I don't know, those of you who are retiring this year, you saw it too. Well, during his career, Brian has played a pivotal role in helping to reduce all this paperwork and to automate the legislative process. He worked closely with our CIO, Sohrab Mansourian, and the Legislative Data Center to help develop many of the floor systems and applications that we all use today. I will tell you that my team will tell you I fought it. Go to your computer, go to your laptop. I want my papers. And they had the little dots. Some of you see the dots on your microphones. It says whether you were willing to take if you needed the paper stuff or you were willing to do your laptop. I'm not going to tell you which is which, so you don't know who was asking for what. Brian has also seen some really interesting things, some really wild things here on the floor. Ask him about some of the wild things he may or may not share, but I'm going to share some of them because I heard some of the stories. He has witnessed physical altercations between members. He was here when there was an evenly divided House. He was here when Willie Brown was tied with Jim Brulte for the speakership. And once, we'll have to ask him about the details, but he even witnessed the baby goat relieving itself here on the assembly floor. People, we've got to have rules. We can't have these goats coming onto the floor. But in all seriousness, Brian has been, as has been mentioned, he's been such a critical part of this institution for over 30 years. 33, isn't it? He has spent a quarter of a century, 25 years, as an assistant chief clerk and parliamentarian before leading the assembly floor unit. When I came in as majority leader, I'm an attorney. Give me the book. I'll read the rules. I'll understand it all. No, it takes a whole lot more than that. And Brian was always gracious. He was never, if I said, well, this is what I understand, say, yes, that's clear. Now let's go over to this other rule that complements that one and let's read through the whole thing. He was always so gracious. We always felt that we were learning something, and he even let us believe that we knew something even before we started. Without a doubt, there are very few people that would be as important as Brian to this institution. When you think of the decorum, think of Brian. When you think of the fact that we are in a sacred institution, this is a sacred chamber, think of Brian. He isn't just someone who knows the rules, quite frankly. He's a registered parliamentarian through the National Association of Parliamentarians, and he's an active member. He knows the rules, and the truth is he's kept us in line and kept us legal. As someone who's been part of this institution since the days of Willie Brown, as Isaac has mentioned, Brian has an incredible historical context for this institution, ensuring that when we listen to him and act accordingly, we're not going to repeat mistakes that were made previously. Here's an important thing for us women. Brian has seen the legislature become more diverse. Over the span of his career, Brian has served with 86% of all women legislators to have ever served in California. He's had a front row seat to guest speakers in this chamber, including former President Ronald Reagan, Vice President Al Gore, presidents of Mexico and Spain, and so many other leaders. Even though Brian is one of our go-to staff here on the floor, perhaps one of the most important roles that he has had is that of a leader. He leads his team. He's a great leader. He leads this floor. He leads all of the leadership team and does it exceedingly well, and also is a mentor to so many. Brian, you have a hard-working team, and they follow you. They follow you because you don't just say work hard, you work hard. You work long hours, and I've seen it. When we all leave, when everything has been cleaned out here, all the staff leaves, Brian and his team are still working hard to get ready for the next day. And they are the first ones here, sometimes getting little to no sleep. This is what they're doing to prepare all of us for the next day's work. This institution and the entire state of California is absolutely indebted to you. I am indebted to you, Brian. You helped me look good when I was majority leader for almost 3 years. I loved doing it, and people would say, oh, you're really doing a great job. I'd say, yes, I am. But everybody knew, everybody who did know knew that it was because of you. And I thank you so much for all that you did for me, all that you've done for this sacred chamber and for the institution of the State Assembly. Thank you so much.
Mr. Joe Patterson, you are recognized.
Great, thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, I think I rise on behalf of the former staffer caucus here, which might be a big portion of this body now these days. But first of all, how on God's good green earth has this man worked for over 30 years in this body is insane. Also a testament to the commitment to just being in to the organization, to the institution, to the state of California. Putting up with us for 30 years and people like us is pretty crazy. And the only thing consistent over those 30 years, other than Brian himself and maybe some other staff people, is the fact that there are usually around 80 of us. That's been the only consistency. He's seen, as was referenced earlier, when we weren't just stuck over here in our little cold corner, over here in the Republican chambers over here. But what I remember is a young staffer. I started as an intern here in 2003, actually. And I had a lot more hair at that time, by the way. But Brian, you look basically the same, just as a side note. So I haven't aged a day. I don't know how you do it. I need your routine. But I remember always just one thing that really stuck with me was sort of the, what you would expect from the somebody who works in the clerk's office, but really exceptional work of sort of being nonpartisan. And so when I got elected to this position here, a few years later, less hair, about the same height. I thought I was a little dismayed, that you were working for the speaker. And because it's an unfair advantage. You have a man with this kind of knowledge now working for the speaker to tell us how we can't do rule objections and things like that. It's just such an unfair advantage. And I think there should actually be a rule against it. And we should consider it for the next session. But actually, even in that role, I never really got the sense that this was, hey, look, I'm Brian. I work for the speaker, and here I am in this, sort of partisan role or whatever. I mean, you are one of the most professional people I've ever seen operate in this building. And this is not a nonpartisan building. I mean, in case, anybody's missed that. But you're just, as has already been said, you're just one of the most professional people to ever work this. And one of the biggest surprises to me was that you were retiring. I got the memo. They don't tell us anything over here, but so it was a surprise to me that you're retiring, and I'm very saddened by it. And we are losing a lot of institutional knowledge. And I hope, and I know you're not going to give up your love for the state of California or this, for this institution. And so I hope you'll continue to engage on Twitter and tell us when somebody's breaking a rule or something like that. You can always find me there, and I'll be sure to respond to make sure when somebody over here is breaking a rule, so we can, second guess that. But anyways, I just wanted to, again, really appreciate you for your time to this institution. And you are one of the people that I always remember, just as a young staffer and now as a member. And we will miss you a lot. And thank you very much for everything you've done for the state of California.
Assemblymember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to hear so many of my colleagues rise to talk about Brian and his work here in the building. And I completely agree with you, because this job is really difficult, and he really does guide you in a way that makes you look really good. And I've had folks tell me, gosh, you just started, because I get to be the assistant speaker pro tem now. Like, you're really good at this. And I say, you know what? It's all to the people that are behind the scenes that help us get here. I almost want to say there's an earpiece in here that tells me what to say, and I just repeat it out. So it makes it sound like it's really good, but that's not the case, right? They just train us so well, and they make us look good up there. But I will say I've got one up on every single person in this building, and that is because he is my constituent and I am his assembly member. Yes. But I want to give you a different perspective of Brian Ebert. And in my district office, we call him Big B. We call him Big B because after he finishes the work here in the building, after he returns emails and phone calls and tells us what we need to do, how we need to do it, what's right, what's wrong, he goes home and he sends out emails in the community about what's happening in the community. He is a leader in Southland Park Neighborhood Association. He is the guy at National Night Out that is there early to set up tables, to set up tents. He is there when there are mixers in the community early to make sure things are set up correctly. And you wouldn't know it that he works for the speaker, like many of you said here today. I've attended community meetings and he sits there and he's quiet, and there are a bunch of community members that are in there. And I always tell them, I don't think you guys have an idea who's sitting up there. It is not just Brian Ebert. He is the guy that tells 80 assembly members what to do, how to do it, where to go, and what we should do. I mean, he's the one that guides us to make sure that the floor session goes really well. And everybody is just shocked because he is that humble person who does the work because he cares. And he comes here and he does the work because he cares, but when he goes home, he's in the community and the things that we pass here on the floor. He's educating the neighborhood about public safety, about education, about just the things that we fight for in this body. Now, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree because his mother, Janice, is also involved in the community. She is the president of a senior community in Elk Grove where she is a community navigator, taking people to their doctor's appointment, helping them grocery shop, looking through their mail and helping them navigate that, taking to the food banks. And so I know that he is not done here because one, I'm going to be seeing you out there in the community, but two, that he has left his mark here in all of our hearts and in all of our minds, and that we're definitely going to miss him. But I'm going to end by saying this. While he was here for all of those years, for over 10 years, he worked to convert an abandoned rail to ensure that it is open for the public. And now he, because of his effort, $25 million, this rail is open so that the community can use and go from South Sacramento to downtown. That is all you, my friend. And I am so proud to be your assembly member. And I'm so proud to be able to have this opportunity to serve on this floor with you here. So congratulations on everything.
Thank you, members. I'm probably not supposed to make comments from up here, but I'm going to do it anyway. And, good luck trying to stop me, Brian. So, I'm sitting here, I make notes, I make them in kind of a bizarre way here, and I'm not sure I'm going to understand them, but I'm going to give it my best shot. I think first heard Rebecca Barcahan, Assembly Member Barcahan, talk about how intimidating this role can be, and going back to what Brian does to make this job so much easier. I have notes here that I consider him to be an absolute world-class parliamentarian. He is a wizard in many ways. He is incredibly creative, as we heard from Mr. Brian. I think he has an encyclopedic memory, and which goes back all those years of experience as well. His job is to make this fair and impartial. It may not always feel like that to some people here, but it is. It truly is, and it's because that's the role of the parliamentarian. That's the role to make this all run. to protect the integrity of the institution. And because of the opportunity I've had this year, I feel personally like I am much more of an institutionalist than I was, and I thought I was before. The scripts that arrive in my inbox late into the night from him and his team as they're working, on a Sunday night, I'm getting text messages at 8, 9, 10 o'clock sometimes in preparation for Monday. I just feel so fortunate to have been a part of his team, and I'm very, very thankful for that. I think one of the things that isn't as a parent, he's quiet and reserved and very professional, but there's a mischievous streak to Brian. And he knows I have a penchant for, I get a little frustrated with some things. I think everybody knows about that now. But he had an idea a while back about something we might be able to do to see if we could get members to the floor faster one time, where we created a non-existent consent calendar and got people to the floor only to tell them that it didn't exist. And he said it had been done about 20 something years ago. And it's like, well, we won't be able to do that again for another 20 something years. But it was creative, and he's always thinking, always trying to anticipate what might happen, what opportunities we have, how to make things better. I have never worked with somebody with that kind of a mind, and I truly have appreciated the experience of working and getting to know you better, Brian. You were somewhat of an enigma back there to me, quite frankly, before, but I'm so happy to have gotten to spend time with you and work with you and your team, and to see the incredible skill set that you have. You will absolutely be dearly missed in this institution. I don't know how you're going to turn it off, though, quite frankly. I really don't. People like you don't do that. So thank you so much, Brian. Thank you for all these years of service, and got so another day. I will say, I think he is slacking off, though, because quite frankly, we got the supplemental file, and I don't have it on paper. I have to read it off my iPhone. So I'm hopeful that when we actually get to that, it'll actually be on paper somewhere, so we can actually do that. So with that, I'm going to, Mr. Speaker, I know you have some remarks.
I do. Well,
please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Appreciate all our colleagues who shared some words about Brian, and quite shocking to think of him not being in this capacity full time moving forward. I know when we went to lunch, we had sushi, right, Brian? He told me, and I almost choked on the sushi I was eating, because he's really irreplaceable. And he's, as has been stated, he's our floor director, and he is the Capitol's most respected parliamentarian. And he is just a remarkable leader who for nearly 34 years, which is incredible to think about, as our colleague from Rockland alluded to, because he looks like he's 34 years old. But for 34 years, he has worked right here on our assembly floor to support the work that we have all been sent here to do. Brian is known for always wearing a suit, regardless if we're in session or not. And when Brian is here in this building and in our chambers, he is in a suit. And he chooses to always be in a suit because since the very first time that he stepped foot on this green carpet in this chambers, he understood the profound responsibility of working in this chamber and in this building. It's a place that requires integrity, it requires some dedication and a commitment to the public good. And there is no lack of accomplished individuals who enter the halls of public service, but there are very few like Brian Ebert, who is going to leave an indelible mark on countless individuals, on our historic institution, and on California's legislative process. And Brian has served under the leadership of 14 speakers, 17 speakers pro tem, 5 governors, and 527 members of this California Assembly. And for better or worse, he has witnessed more than 170,000 votes taken on this floor. Brian has served as a file clerk, as a reading clerk, and eventually it was Dotson Wilson who appointed him as the first and the only assistant chief clerk and parliamentarian of the California Assembly. And to this day, Brian is still the only registered parliamentarian in the legislature, and always one for inclusion and outreach. Brian oversaw the paid internship program that he advocated for and he helped create. And it's a program where he recruited and mentored more than 100 interns over the span of 25 years. Many of them are here with us this afternoon. And Brian says that he is most proud of the fact that a majority, if not all, of these interns went on to become some of the highest ranking staff members for some governors and throughout the Capitol environment here in Sacramento. Brian himself went on to earn his master's degree here in Sacramento State, a master's degree in government, and his thesis was on partisan conflict on the California State Assembly. Apparently that used to be a thing here. And Brian became the floor director for the Speaker's office in 2017. And in this role, he has guided Assembly leadership and our House with his unparalleled expertise. And I'm sure many of you and your staff have gone to him at one point or another to ask questions, seek advice, counsel, to ask support or help for one of your bills. And Brian, I hope you know that we are all so grateful to have had you here with us. Thank you for your service to our Golden State. There will never, ever be another Brian Ebert, and we all stand in awe of the impact that your career has had here at our state capitol and for the state of California. Thank you.
And joining us here in the gallery and in the rear of the chamber today are Brian's friends, colleagues, some of his former interns that he's mentored over the years. In the rear of the chamber, please welcome Brian's family members, his wife Irene, his mother Janice, his mother-in-law Lita, and his daughters Melania and Eva. Members, we need to, unfortunately, we need to go back to work here. I'm a little concerned. I see Mr. Gabriel and Brian speaking. I wonder what they are plotting back there between the two of them. So members, we are going to be going back to supplemental file 2. These are concurrence in of Senate amendments. Moving to file item 204 after this photograph. AB 1413 by Assemblymember Ting. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1413 by Assemblymember Ting, enacting to housing.
Assemblymember Ting, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. AB 1413 is cleanup from my bill AB 1633 from last year, ensuring that within the Housing Accountability Act, there's proper notification and proper public comment. With that, I respectfully ask for I vote on AB 1633, on AB 1413. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ting. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 55, noes 15. Senate amendments are concurred in. We'll go back to file item 201, AB 852 by Assemblymember Jones Sawyer. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 852 by Assemblymember Jones Sawyer and others, enacting the peace officers and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Assemblymember Jones Sawyer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. AB 852 is back in the Assembly for concurrence. In 2021, the Assembly passed AB 889, which increased the minimum age and education level for peace officers in California. This year, the California Community College System has crafted a model curriculum for a modern policing degree, which will serve as the minimum educational level for peace officers. Senate amendments delete the Assembly version of the bill and instead add language that clarifies the intent of AB 89. This bill makes the necessary timeline changes to allow community colleges to begin providing the new degree and for prospective peace officers to attain it. And as is appropriate, it has been approved with bipartisan support, and it's appropriate that this is my last bill on the California Legislative Assembly floor. Thank you, and it's been my honor to serve.
Seeing and hearing no further debate. Oh, we do have further debate. Assemblymember Wilson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to rise on behalf of AB 852 with the strong I support, and I would like to commend our colleague who was chaired public safety for a long time and also had many battles with our police officers and law enforcement in his career. But he is ending on a high note where this is a bill
that has not only bipartisan support, but in cooperation with our law enforcement. So I'd like to commend the author for ending on a high note in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Wilson. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 58, no 0 on the urgency. Ayes 58, no 0 on concurrence and of Senate amendments. Congratulations, Mr. Jones Sawyer. It's been an honor serving with you. Moving to file item 205, AB 1505 by Assemblymember Rodriguez. The clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1505 by Assemblymember Rodriguez, an accolade to state government.
Assemblymember Rodriguez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for allowing me to present AB 1505. AB 1505 would establish a narrow expansion of the closed session authority under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to allow Governing Board of the California Earthquake Authority to meet in closed session when discussing competitive insurance strategies. The Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act requires meetings of state bodies to be agendized and made open and accessible to the public. California Earthquake Authority is responsible for obtaining and managing earthquake insurance policies for its participating homeowner insurance companies. Insurance and reinsurance markets are competitive and expensive, and if CEA's governing board discussions negotiation strategies in public, they risk jeopardizing their ability to secure fair, low rates for their customers. I respectfully ask for aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Seeing and hearing no further debate, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll and tally the votes. Ayes 68, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Hang with us for a minute here, members. We've just got a little technical thing going on here. Members, pursuant to Assembly Rule 77.2, I'm referring the following items: AB 224 Rubio to the Labor Committee and AB 1034 Grayson to the Labor Committee. We are going to pass temporarily on file item 206. We are now going to move to item 44, SB 1414, Senator Grove by Assemblymember Nguyen. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1414 by Senator Grove and others enacting relating to crimes.
Assemblymember Nguyen, you are
Thank you.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present SB 1414, a bipartisan measure that is authored by Senator Grove and joint authored by Senator Caballero and Rubio, and co-authored by over 20 legislators in both houses. SB 1414 is regarding the solicitation or the actual purchase of a child for sex. Let me say that one more time. SB 1414 is regarding solicitation and the purchase of a child for sex. Currently, right now in California, if a person is caught purchasing a child for sex, it is a misdemeanor. And tonight, when you all drive home, when I go back to my district and I drive through certain streets in certain neighborhood, a child under the age of 15 will be purchased for sex. This happens not just in my district. It doesn't happen in just certain districts. It happens in every single one of your districts, and it will happen today. It'll happen tonight, it'll happen tomorrow, and it will continue to happen. We are making strides towards making sure the sellers can't sell children for sex. But what are we doing about the buyers? Because there wouldn't be any buyers, there wouldn't be any sellers if there were buyers. SB 1414 is a bill that will protect our children. It is our job and our duty as parents, as guardians, as grandparents, to protect these children. Now, I've met many of you and heard many of you talk about your kids, and we've met many of them on this floor, and many of them are under the age of 15. And if the thought of soliciting a child for sex, a child under the age of 15 for sex, doesn't make you just throw up and die inside, I ask you to think about that again. But today, tonight, right now on this floor, we can make a difference. And we can say no more. And we can protect these children. Because just 2 weeks ago, I read an article not too far away from here that a 12-year-old was being sold for sex over and over and over again. And nothing is being done to the buyers. Absolutely nothing. And so I ask you today, each and every single one of you, do what you were elected to do. Protect these children. Stop this from happening. Make sure that these children, 15 years of age and under, 15 years of age and under, members, protect them. Protect them. I urge your aye vote on behalf of Senator Grove on SB 1414. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Nguyen. Mr. McCarty, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up those comments by my colleague from the southern part of Sacramento County on this issue. Her predecessor, our sheriff of Sacramento, Jim Cooper, asked me to go on a ride-along a few weeks ago. And we went 2 places in Sacramento, these areas they call the Blades. I'm not sure where that term came from, but it was mortifying what I saw. Because I have teenage girls. Tonight's their high school football game. They're cheerleaders for the school. And I saw girls out there that should have been cheerleaders for those same teams that are going to be playing tonight. And through that night, we had a sting operation, and there were some underage girls who were purchased and individuals who tried to lure people online looking for 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds, and there was one as young as 12. So I applaud our senator from Bakersfield for bringing this issue up last year, focusing on those who traffic underage girls and making sure they're held accountable under our California laws, under our 3 strikes laws. But coming back this year, there is an other side of the coin that we didn't properly address. Not just the traffickers, but the people that are buying this commodity. And buying a child is not just immoral, it should be categorically illegal, and not questioning whether it's a misdemeanor, a felony. It should be a straight up crime, a felony, when you purchase a minor under the age of 15. So we work diligently in a bipartisan manner with our Public Safety Committee, with our Vice Chair and the body to come up with a solution to this issue and bringing about more accountability to the purchasers of underage children. And I would encourage you too, like she said, there's an area 5 miles from the Capitol on Stockton Boulevard in Little Saigon District where you'll see young teenage girls tonight, and we're not adequately protecting them. So this is an important step forward to bring more protection to our young women in the state of California, but also bringing about accountability for wrongdoers. Respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarty. Assemblymember Rubio, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in strong support of 1414, SB 1414, as a proud co-author. I have been honored to work in this field and quite frankly disgusted as to the information that we see. I appreciate Senator Grove's work on this issue. I tried to run a bill about 3 years ago over the same issue, and I was told that it wasn't a big deal that, underage kids were being purchased. And one of the questions was, did they consent? The question to me was, were those minors consenting to this? And quite frankly, we all know that under 18, if you're under 18, you can't consent. So I was disgusted by that question. I dropped the bill, and I am glad that Senator Grove and Senator Caballero have taken it on, and I am a proud co-author and strongly urge support for this measure. We have to hold people accountable, and this protects victims that we all claim to protect. I have my own 16-year-old daughter who I would be devastated if I saw something like that happening to her. And I know we all have kids, nieces, nephews, siblings that potentially can be victims. And so I appreciate Senator Nguyen and Assemblymember Nguyen and Senator Grove for their work, and strongly urge support on 1414. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Rubio. Assemblymember Flora, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of 1414. And our colleague from Sacramento referenced it. Our former colleague and current sheriff of Sacramento County extended an invitation to a few of us a number of months ago. My colleague from Elk Grove went on that. My colleague, the majority leader, was on that as well. And he extends that opportunity to all of us. And if you've never been on a sting, and see what these law enforcement officers see, to understand what my colleagues have talked about today, I would encourage you to do it. It will change your life. You think you know what response you'll have? I promise you, you don't. When you see images, tens of thousands of images, I know this bill's a little bit different, but it's all connected, on computers, on iPads, of children in bondage, being sexually exploited, it will change your life. So reach out to your local law enforcement community. Reach out to our current sheriff of Sacramento County. Go on one of these stings, because it is something that I'll never forget. And I think it's exciting right now that we have a senator that's addressing this, that our body is starting to address this, and it's something that I'm incredibly proud to support. So please respect last for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Floro. Mr. Gibson, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise. I want to thank the author and the floor jockey for bringing Senate Bill 1414. Just want to elevate something that happened to a young girl in my district. I've said this, and I think it's absolutely ties into 1414. Her name was Theone Theus. She was killed on January the 8th, 2022. You see, single mother in Compton, in my district, mother was a paraplegic. She tried to do everything she could to protect her daughters. Her daughter was pulled into human sex trafficking at 16 years of age. And the punk who did this shot her in her throat, dumped her body after placing it into a trash bag, dumped her body on the 110 freeway at the Manchester exit in Los Angeles. So this is real, and this is happening to our children, not only girls, but boys as well. And so we have an opportunity, and I want to thank the author for having such a bold courage. In the midst of obstacles, sometimes we get confused on our jobs and our responsibility. Our job and our responsibility is to protect the least of these, and that means our children as well. And so, members, we have an opportunity to change the narrative in California and protect our children. And again, I want to thank the author and the floor jockey manager for one, bringing this to the realization that we must stand up for our children. And I want to simply say, everyone should be voting in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Dr. Baines, you are recognized.
I want to thank the author and everybody on this floor for the support of this bill, but also bring up the fact that along with seeing what happens to these victims is making sure that we have proper rehabilitory services for them. There have been so many people that are still struggling to recover from the trauma. As a doctor who has provided rehabilitory services for victims of human trafficking and still do, and I've said this last year and I'll say it again, one of the hardest things to rehabilitate in my expertise as a doctor is a victim of human trafficking. Even over people that are addicted to fentanyl, even over people that are addicted to drugs. I have been in those rooms with those victims. I have seen them struggle with the memories of what they have gone through, and the relapse rates of rehabilitation of victims of human trafficking are so high. They often go back to that environment, trying to cope with what has happened to them. A lot of the victims will turn to me and say, Dr. Baines, the biggest thing that I struggle with is I lost my identity. My identity was stolen from me, and I don't know why. Why did I deserve to have that happen to me? And how do I continue in my life to rehabilitate myself and those around me and move forward? And I have to say, I have been in those rooms, I'm still in those rooms, And it is one of the most difficult conversations that you can have. Not just that, making sure that these victims have places that will offer robust therapy, because oftentimes victims don't get access to those services. We have to do more to make sure that victims are provided those services. Because the biggest thing that's happening is sometimes there's rings of human trafficking that get busted, but what happens to the girls after that? And it's not just girls. There is actually a thriving human trafficking of boys as well. In some places, even higher in boys. So this is something that impacts everyone, and making sure that once they are survived and found, that we offer robust services for them to get better and move on, and to also help others as well. I applaud this bill, and I applaud the efforts that we're doing. And I also look forward to more work on making sure victims get proper therapy and services. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baines. Mr. Gallagher, you are recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of SB 1414, and I just really want to, first of all, thank the author who has been relentless on this issue. And I think everybody in this room knows the passion that she's brought, over these last few years to really finally say that we can no longer tolerate this. And it's been going on for far too long. Our children being exploited in the worst way possible. And I think, we've talked about, since mentioned some of these, stories that you hear are truly unbelievable. But it's happening, and it's happening all too many times. And the author, with bringing her legislation last year, said, look, we need to finally say that the pimps, this needs to be a serious felony. I don't know why it never was. It should have always been. But we need to right this wrong. We need to have justice. And she pushed so hard and got that done last year. And now this year to say, look, we need to go after the demand side of this too. It's not just the pimps, it's the Johns. It's the people out there that would actually buy a child for sex. And I'm just going to say this. A child is anyone under 18. It's not that hard. We all know what a child is. We all know what the age of adulthood is. Any child under 18 should be protected. We made really great strides, and it really shouldn't be this hard. And it shouldn't be as hard as it was for her to get this through both houses of the legislature. I don't think we should be here on close to the last night passing this. It almost should have been passed on an urgency earlier this year, with overwhelming support from both sides of this house. I gotta tell you, I'm just a little bit frustrated here tonight, like when, we got these last minute bills that are being brought up and all this lobbying around them and all this back and forth, stuff that wasn't even talked about all year, right? This has been here all year, since day one, and it's taken this long to get here, right? There's something not right about that. There's something that's not right about that. But this author is relentless. I mean, and to the point, I don't know if I should share this story, but it's a true story. It's so relentless that she's actually seen children being exploited on the street and followed them to say, I want to get you help. And she's confronted pimps at her own safety and risk, because she can't stand to see this. And I just want to thank her, because look, I don't think without that iron will, we'd have justice that we're getting today, that we're going to get on this floor when we pass this off this floor. And I thank everyone who has come together, and this has been a bipartisan effort. and it will be a bipartisan effort here tonight. But there are still things that are wrong. And we still got to keep this work going. And there's policies that are very flawed. And I'm just going to name one of them that passed recently, where we're saying that police officers can't stop people who are obviously out there on the streets being pimped out. That's a problem. That's not a good policy. And we should take away anything that helps enable, that helps support, that helps give any kind of demand to what we're seeing on our streets. This is a big step forward, and I want to thank the author. Let's pass this tonight. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Jim Patterson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am a co-author as well of the bill and stand in very, very strong support of what we're doing here tonight. I've mentioned in times past as mayor of Fresno, I had a police chief who is now the current mayor. And we changed the way in which we policed this kind of behavior. Instead of arresting the victim, sent him to, what, a night in a county jail? What does that do? They are a rescue team now. Those police officers intervene. And instead of taking the victim to a county jail and booking, they take her to a safe house. It's called Breaking the Chains. A formerly sex-trafficked woman, Deborah Rush, operates that safe house and that organization. And they do get the kind of help to rehabilitate. And so they are separated from the person who would beat them and drug them and force them into that kind of behavior. And so there is a tender-hearted and caring way to interdict, separate, and heal. But at the same time, we've got to send a strong signal to those who would traffic young girls. And this bill is going to take a big step forward. Also, I have legislated in this space, and I thank publicly this body. You passed a bill a couple years ago, which was a sex trafficking victims vacatur bill, which allowed the courts to vacate the criminal histories. And that came about because I got to learn to know and care for one particular young woman who was in Breaking the Chains. Her name was Ariel. And she studied to be an EMT, passed all of the exams and was ready to go to work. No one would hire her, not the fire department, not the ambulance company. And her old life still captured her, even when she was struggling to get free. And we took that, we came to this body and to the Senate. And now Ariel is in the process of having that record vacated so that she can go to work. By the way, the bill says 90 days, the court has to make its decision. And then when they're vacated, they've got to notify the organizations that have that information about Ariel and these others. And so there is an effort in Fresno.
30 seconds.
And I think that that effort has been brought about because Fresno's sort of at a crossroads. We have freeways that triangulate us and all of that. And the fentanyl is in and out and the sex trafficking is in and out. So we had to do things differently than the way we've done it before. And so I stand in strong support of this. And it's time that we made justice for these trafficked individuals and made it a felony and holding those accountable that would buy these underaged children.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Appreciate the opportunity to be a co-author and to brag a little bit about Fresno
Thank you,
taking
Mr. Patterson.
a decent.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Patterson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, want to thank this institution for having the courage to bring this bill to the floor here. And I have confidence we'll take it to the governor's desk. And obviously, the amazing author of this legislation and all the work and the diligence that she's put into it to get this done. And really appreciate everybody for that. But in some ways, I feel like if the bill as introduced was brought to the floor, it would have passed. I believe the majority of Californians would not even blink at the thought of penalizing people that are looking to purchase children for sex. But this measure, through the process that we have, the deliberative process, it has changed. It's a great bill in the right direction. And to this day, there's opposition to this measure. Mr. Speaker, would you mind if permission to read?
Without objection.
In one of the opposition letters, it states, SB 1414 will provide for an alternative felony or misdemeanor at the prosecutor's discretion. A second conviction would be a felony punishable by up to 3 years in jail. There are people that oppose that. On the second conviction, that you would spend up to 3 years in jail. I can think of a lot worse things that those people can get than 3 years in jail. And I believe the majority of Californians would lock them up for a lot longer than 3 years. But that is the kind of thing we have to do. Republicans, look, I was around here, as I referenced earlier, I was around here at a time where I would admit Republicans did have a propensity to pass legislation that put people in prison for low-level offenses when really they needed rehabilitation, small drug crimes, things like that. But that is not the case anymore. We're trying to put people in prison that, in this bill, not after one, but after the second offense, are trying to purchase children for sex. And there's opposition to that. This is not in line with what Californians want. And this is not this penalty here that these people oppose. We know it should be stronger than this. And this bill is supportable because we have to do more than what we're doing right now. But it is just mind-boggling in the halls of power in the state of California and our legislature, the influential parties are opposed to putting people on their second offense in jail for 3 years. That is crazy talk. And so I proudly support this measure because these people that are involved in this disgusting crime deserve to spend 3 years, multiples of 3 years, by the way. But we got to make sure that they are held accountable for their actions and damaging the lives of our children forever. It's not a 3-year consequence for the child. It is a lifetime penalty for them. And I agree with my colleague who spoke earlier. We need to do a lot more to help them for the rest of their lives. But what we can do by passing this measure is ensure accountability for the people who are perpetuating this disgusting crime. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Hoover, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this important legislation, SB 1414. Recently had the opportunity to sit down with one of my constituents. Her name was Ashley from Rancho Cordova. And it was heartbreaking as we sat in my office and she shared her story with me. Ashley and I are the same age. And yet she was trafficked as a teenage girl. And while I was in high school playing Little League and going to summer camps, she was being exploited by people who were never held accountable for their crimes. And by the grace of God, today, Ashley is a thriving entrepreneur who operates a nonprofit to help protect young girls and help them avoid the same fate that she faced as a young girl. And she spent many years blaming herself, but the reality is, and everyone in here knows, that she was the victim. And I just want to commend the author of this legislation and my colleague from Elk Grove for bringing this bill up on the floor today, for their tremendous leadership on this issue that, yes, affects both genders, but as a father of a daughter, it's something that is just so difficult to imagine my daughter or any young girl would ever have to go through. And so I urge support for SB 1414 so that we can help prevent future victims of these crimes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Mr. Lackey, you are recognized.
Listen, colleagues, I know that a lot has been said, and I'm thankful for what has been said. But my appreciation first goes to the author. And let me tell you a little perspective. I have been on public safety since elected in 2014. This is not the first time that this issue has been addressed, multiple times. It's the first time that I want to say thank you to all of you for allowing it to be discussed right now, because it hasn't gotten out of committee before. So I'm thankful. I'm thankful that you are realizing that it's time. It's time to recognize the victims deserve protection, and that the people that are exploiting these women need punishment. As was mentioned by my colleague, we've still got work to do. Certainly we do. We've got a ways to go, in my opinion, still. But this is a great step. And it's only happened because of diligence, because we haven't quit. As many of the perspectives in this body deserves a lot of attention, and there, in my opinion, the opposition doesn't need to be berated. They need to be influenced. They need to understand where the mistakes and perception, because life experiences are all different for all of us. But we need careful analysis so that we can protect those who deserve to be protected. These young people that are being, I can't imagine being sex trafficked. It's horrendous, but thank you. Thank you to the author. Thank you to all of you that have allowed it to be considered today. And thank you to all of you who will support this measure, because I do believe it will get enough support to move forward. So thank you for that. And be optimistic and know we've still got work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lackey. Assemblymember Davies, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the author, Senator Grove, for bringing this here. You know, when I came here in 2020, I was so amazed to find out that it was still a misdemeanor to sex traffic a child. And last year, we stood here on this floor and we were able to finally change that and make it a felony. And now we're looking at the buyer, because if we don't have the demand and if we don't have the need, this is how we're going to stop this. It really is. And when you talk to those that are victims, if there isn't a demand for this, it's gone. And as my colleagues have said, it's still amazing that this isn't a celebration. And when I'd go out and I'd talk to those that I represent and say, you know, do you understand sex trafficking a child is a misdemeanor? They were blown away. And we have done a lot of great advocacy out there, letting Californians know that this is going on. And their voices have been heard. And I thank each and every one of them that have come up here and said, this is not right. We've got to protect our kids. So I'm so grateful this is here. I'm grateful that we all have this opportunity to do what's right. And next year, I hope that we can look at those that are 15 or 16 and 17 and make sure they're included in this. It's baby steps, but we've got to do better. We just have got to do better. So I ask for an aye vote and look forward to next year doing better.
Thank you, Assemblymember Davies. Assemblymember Nguyen, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank everybody for speaking on this bill. And I want to thank also, I serve on the Public Safety Committee, and I want to thank members of the Public Safety Committee also for unanimously passing this and getting this on this floor here. And I want to thank the legislators for everything we're doing, as was said earlier, that this is a great step forward and that there is more to be done. And I believe that this is a step towards us doing a lot more. Proud of this body for moving this forward, getting it to this step. And I'm really hopeful to see us light this board up as green as we can today on this bill. On behalf of Senator Grove, I'd like to respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Assemblymember Nguyen. And with that, the clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote.
I think I have this one still to do, right?
Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 71, noes 0. Measure passes. Moving back actually to business on the daily file, second reading. Clerk will read.
Senate Bills 219 and 422.
All bills will be deemed read and all amendments deemed adopted. Madam Majority Leader, you have some motions.
I've lost track.
Well, I've got a couple of them here. How about we have number 6, motion to move to inactive?
Okay. At the request of Assemblymember Grayson, please move item 48, SB 683, Glazer, to the inactive file.
Clerk will know.
I request unanimous consent to suspend Joint Rule 62A, the file notice requirement to allow the following committees to meet. Listen up. Labor and Employment Committee to hear AB 224 Rubio, AB 1034 Grayson, SB 1162 Cortese, SB 1350 Durazo today upon adjournment in room 447. Housing and Community Development Committee to hear AB 598 Wicks and AB 846 Bonta today upon adjournment in room 126. Human Services Committee to hear AB 886 Rubio and AB 2496 Pellerin today upon adjournment in room 127.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. If you have not informed the Senate of a bill that you plan to make inactive, please do that. There's still some bills people are assuming you're moving. So please inform the Senate if you have a bill that you plan to make inactive. Session schedule is as follows. Tomorrow, August 31st, floor session at 2 p.m. Once again, I'm going to read the committee, just the committee information. Housing and Community Development, room 126. Human Services, room 127. Labor and Employment, room 447. Utilities and Energy, room 437. Immediately upon adjournment. Do you have another announcement, Madam Majority Leader?
Members, I hope you heard all the announcements that the speaker just gave us, but also we took up 16 Senate bills, 47 Assembly bills. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
All other items remaining will be passed and retained. All motions shall be continued. Seeing and hearing no further business, I'm ready to entertain a motion to adjourn. Ms. Aguirre-Curry moves. Mr. Flores seconds. That the House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Saturday, August 31st at 2 p.m. The quorum call is lifted and the House is adjourned. We will entertain vote changes. Please, if you have a vote change, please come up to the dais.
All right, fam. Hopefully, if anybody's there, y'all can hear me. Just gonna check my microphone to see if y'all can hear me. All right. Let me see here.
Our students' mental health.
All right, cool. All right, family. So, I mean, our platform, thank you, family. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everybody in this time-sensitive matter that we're dealing with. Thank everybody for calling, sending in your emails, and just being a part of this journey. It is absolutely not over. As a matter of fact, you know what, I think, let me see if I have something in the queue here. I want to play a conversation that we had, that I interviewed the head of the CLBC. For those that don't know, it's Chair Lori Wilson. So I'm gonna play this interview. We're gonna wrap it up pretty soon because I know everybody's at least emotionally tired and drained right now, because these bills, SB 1331 and SB 1403, aren't heard yet on the floor. This is absolutely insane, ridiculous, and this is just, I'm trying to keep my composure as much as I possibly can right now. A travesty. This is an American travesty for the people that built this country. If it wasn't for our ancestors, and I'm just going to say this because I'm on one right now, I think everybody in America should be put in chains. I think everybody in America should experience picking cotton. I think everybody in America should experience homelessness. I think everybody in America should experience not having work, not having a job. Yeah, let's see how fast then reparations bills would pass then. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely insane. We already have everything ready to go. As a matter of fact, all the components are already there. It's been there since Reconstruction. The Freedmen's Bureau, everything is already set to go. So, I mean, as far as the Mass Media Group is, I mean, we know pretty much as everybody else knows. There's a lot of rumors going on right now about what's happening. We don't know. All we know is that the CLBC is supposed to present this to the floor, and that's what we do know. So we got to keep the pressure on, okay? And we can't give up. Our ancestors are with us. All right, family, let me play this clip real quick with Chair Lori Wilson. Let's go.
So my thoughts on, I have been following the task force work, and we have two members of the Black Caucus on that, Assemblymember Reggie Jones Sawyer, as well as Senator Steve Bradford, and they regularly give updates outside of we all, have started to read the full study that had the draft come out, and we have the final coming out in June with the full recommendations. And so I think that the work they're doing is very positive and good, and I've been happy with the discussions that they've been having, not only amongst themselves, but with members of the community. And I look forward to being able to see what recommendations come out and how we can then push that through legislatively and through our budget priorities. So I support that work, and I understand there has been this great discussion on whether they're descendants of chattel slavery or are they, all members of the Black community, no matter where they are, the full diaspora. And I'm saying the name wrong, but I know as I'm talking, how you start talking fast. But here's the deal. I'm open to those discussions, and I actually don't have a strong opinion on them yet. I want to hear the full discussion and recommendation that comes out. I recognize when you have an advisory board, it's important to let them have that without the influence of the legislators, because we will then act on those decisions. And so I look forward to being able to have that discussion with the other 11 members of the Black Caucus and decide what it is that we want to do with this report and with this information. But the point is, we know an investment must be made. There's been a legacy of, as we talk about slavery, the impacts of slavery and voluntary servitude on the Black communities, but just a slavery history of discrimination that has directly impacted the economy, the personal economy of Black Californians.
All right, so that was the interview that we had with Chair Lori Wilson. I believe that was sometime last year, maybe. I can't remember. I think I put it up in the graphic. So they got the final report. They saw what was required. Senator Bradford knew his assignment. Obviously, the CLBC members didn't know their assignments. Okay? They didn't follow what the task force said to do. It's not that hard. Stop fumbling the ball. You're on the damn 20-yard line. We're not going backward. We're moving forward. Right? We do live in America, right? That's what I thought. Are we a country of cowards, or are we a country of righteous and justice people in this country? Hey, it's just a question. Okay. So I'm gonna try to see if I can possibly stream it tomorrow at 2 p.m. I think there are going to be some people coming up from all around California showing up tomorrow. If you are in Sacramento or San Francisco, please show up. And, we're just going to have to keep the pedal to the metal. Keep that gas to the floor, family. All right. Love you. Love you. Love you. Appreciate everybody showing up. All right. I mean, this is quite discouraging, but at the same time, we can't be discouraged. We have to keep forward, family. So, all right. So let me just, I'm gonna just put up this comment real quick. It says, hate to sound ignorant, but I just tuned in to something not. Yep. Yeah. None of the bills absolutely passed right now that are regarding the fund or the CAFA office, family. So that's where we're at right now. It doesn't even matter between the governor or the CLBC, whoever's talking whatever, not even concerned about that right now. It is what it is. The CLBC is dropping the ball, period. Okay, the CLBC is dropping the ball. There's no ifs, and then there's no buts about that. All right, family, so appreciate y'all. What up, Reps, man? I ain't seen you in a minute. What is going on out there in the SC world, family? Shout out to Reps. What up, Don? How you doing, sis? I know you holding it down. W1 Sons. All right. I know, normally I don't even like get this heated. I'm pretty reserved, pretty chill. But this is asinine. We was literally, shout out to CJEC. We literally, even before there was AB 3121, for 4.5 years, I might be wrong. I could be wrong about that. All 4.5 years to get this. Shout out to Chair Moore. Love that sister. Holding it down. Once again, what's up, Monique? Appreciate you. I know she attended the task force hearings, and a lot of people attended the task force hearings. So everybody who attended the California Reparations task force hearings, really, really appreciate you. But we just can't give up. Okay, this is not over. This is not over by any means. All right, so rest up. Get that good energy, get that positive energy, because that's what we need right now. We need to be positive. We need to go forward and move forward, because that's what it's about right now. We can't give up, family. So once again, everybody have a wonderful night, a wonderful evening. I'm going to try to actually work out because I'm like heated right now. So I got to do something to go and get this energy release. But after that, I'm going to take a rest and get ready for tomorrow, family. So, if you guys have a chance, it's free. Just hit that like, share, subscribe, or whatever, and hit that bell if you can. What up, Magnum? What's up, family? All right, and yeah, man, we got to stay strong, family. So goes Cali, so goes the nation. All right. And on that note, family, once again, you guys take care of yourselves, and let's just keep it positive and let's keep it moving forward. All right. As always, love to your family, love to you and your loved ones, and we will see you next time. All right. Peace and reparations. Leading with lineage.
California Reparations Task Force hearings.
Final report recommendations.
California Freedmen Affairs Agency, CAFA office.
The Fund for Reparations and Reparative Justice.
Free the land, eminent domain, unjust property taking return.
Even the mass media group was there. Reparations Now, the documentary where it all began.
Released Juneteenth, 2023.
Now listen, if you can't handle the TR rules, don't tune in.
Available to watch on Tubi TV and other streaming outlets. As always, thank you for the support. Please like, share, and subscribe to your #1 source for reparations and news. Until next time, peace and reparations.